this now before we start, because today is Friday, and maybe that some of the family members were interested in the matter, and they want some more time. And what is the arrangement if it happens that we don't finish before the time that's agreed for them? You haven't discussed that?
Yes, our discussions are that the observant Muslims would like to go for lunch a little earlier, potentially at 12:30 or 12:45. Our proposal is that we do adjourn at 12:30, a little earlier today, but then we resume perhaps 1 hour later, if that's convenient to all, back again at 1:30, just so that we don't go too far into the afternoon.
Is it anticipated that the doctor's evidence will take us to that point or beyond?
I'm expecting to lead the doctor for much of the morning. I'm hoping to finish at the end of the morning. I can't guarantee, but I'm hoping to do so. But my learned colleagues from the state may have questions. Unless, of course, I am able to finish. We will attempt to move with some efficiency.
And do you have any comments that you, Mr. Ahmed?
My already I'm with my friend here as far as for the proposal that has rotated the agenda. We can see, my lord, from then on if they need be, that will go further than last. Thank you. So,
As the court please. With the lead of the court, we call Dr. Steve Naidu to the stand.
Good morning.
Can you come closer, please? Please state your full name for the report.
Thank you. My name is Segrin Ramalu Naidu. Shall I spell it?
You're welcome.
It's Segrin, Segran. Ramalu, the second name, Ramalu, and Naidu, Naidu.
You said that the evidence of the gift would be written, the ultimate permission of the truth. Please raise your right hand and subscribe the vote.
I do, so.
Thank you.
Welcome. Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Dr. Naidu. My Lord, a summarized version of Dr. Naidu's curriculum vitae is attached to his report, the last 2 pages of his report. And just looking at your summarized CV, Dr. Naidu, can you just indicate to the court what your qualifications are, your education qualifications?
Thank you. I have the general medical degree, Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery. I have also a postgraduate diploma in forensic medicine and a specialist qualification, the Master of Medicine in forensic pathology from the University of KwaZulu-Natal then. And in addition, I have been granted a membership of the Royal College of Physicians of London, the Faculty of Forensic Medicine, Forensic and Legal Medicine, in recognition of an equivalent qualification. So those are my qualifications.
Thank you. Just recapping some of your experience, am I right in saying that as we stand today in 2022, you have nearly 40 years experience in forensic pathology?
That's correct.
Nearly 30 of those years was as a specialist pathologist.
Yes.
Can you just roughly give an indication to the court how many autopsies you carried out in your career?
And an approximate conducted between 10,000 and 15,000. But I believe it may be more. That's just a rough estimate.
And for nearly 20 years, you were with the medical school of Tel University, which then became University of KwaZulu-Natal. And for a certain period, you were head of the university's Department of Forensic Medicine.
That's correct. Associate professor.
How would you describe the current?
I am an independent consultancy. In other words, private practice. And in this time, I consult and train and teach for various agencies and groupings involved heavily in teaching. And my consultations involve a lot of injury analysis, death investigations, as well as particularly sexual abuse cases.
And you've mentioned quite a few affiliations. Perhaps just take us through those affiliations.
Yeah. I was previous honorary research fellow at the School of Law at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I was the first chair of what we call the African Network of Forensic Medicine, now called the African Society, where we got together the forensic practitioners, clinical and forensic pathology in this continent. So I was the first chair. We formed that group. This is now 10 years already. I'm still a member of the society and hopefully intend to attend the next conference, which is in Rwanda. Apart from that, I am a member of I'm on the list of experts of the Justice Rapid Response, which is an international listing of experts, Geneva-based, and where appropriate experts are found and looked for and deployed to certain parts of the world.
You have an association with the International Committee of Red Cross?
And the International Committee of the Red Cross as well.
There you serve on the Forensic Advisory Board, CRC.
That's good.
Now, you've also listed a number of professional activities you conducted in independent practice. There are too many to traverse. But perhaps if I can just ask you, because in your list you talk about your role in reopen Inquest. And actually, I've had personal experience working with you in other inquests. Can you just enlighten the court as to which of these inquests you're referring to?
Yes. The reopen inquest that I've been involved with, I believe this is probably the 6th one, but the 4th major one. The major ones being the inquiry to the death of Ahmed Timo, then Neil Agate in 1982, Dr. Hussein Haffiji, forgive me, my lord, for not directing my answers to you, Dr. Hussein Haffiji, and finally this being the 4th major reopen inquest.
And is it true that you're about to publish a book?
Yes.
Can you tell the book which book it's going to be?
Thanks. Thank you, Lord. The book that's just about to be published and by Juta here in Cape Town is a book on the medical interpretation of injuries in sexual abuse cases, of sexual contact and abuse, from the pure medical and legal perspective alone, and intended for doctors and lawyers to be used in court by doctors and lawyers to analyze and understand the injuries and the evidence in sexual contact and abuse cases.
Thank you, Doctor. can you indicate to the court what materials and information you relied on in order to compile the report?
Yes, thank you. I have received the entire original Inquest translation, the Inquest record, plus a translation, and I think each of those approximately 250 pages. This included 2 photographs, one set of the staircase at which the alleged fall had occurred, and one of the deceased as he apparently lay when discovered in his cell. Apart from that, I also received compiled documents, which was the extract of the health record from the transcript, individual witness statements that were translated from Afrikaans to English, and I received also 4 scanned diagrams drawn by Dr. Grimwood, A. Grimwood, in reconstruction of the injuries. Those were the main original sources for the report.
Did you have an opportunity to inspect the staircase which the security branch alleged the deceased had fallen down?
Yes. On my arrival yesterday evening, we had opportunity to visit and examine the staircase. I ascended and descended and looked carefully at the staircase yesterday late afternoon.
Perhaps we should just quickly deal with the fact that we have 2 life-sized models, cardboard cutouts. Could you just indicate to the court why it is they are here? Before you do so, just to indicate to the court that they were prepared by Mr. Haron Gansali, who is actually with us in the court today. As an aside, Mr. Gansali was named after the deceased. But over to you, Doctor.
Yeah. These would be very appropriate to demonstrate, to point out the individual wounds, so there is no uncertainty about which one is being referred to and discussed as we consider the evidence in court.
We will return to the description of the wounds in due course. In page 2 of your report, you set out certain limitations that constrained your medical analysis. Can you point those out?
Yes, I found that the limitations included that there should have been, but there weren't any any photography at all taken at the autopsy. Photography of the injuries and of the body. This, I just believe, would be should be considered a significant shortcoming. The second one is that the original diagrams of Dr. Schwer, who had conducted the autopsy, were very faint, barely perceptible, and required magnification to try and work out where these injuries actually were. And for that purpose, I also set about to recreate the images exactly as they were described and referred to in the postmortem report and the inquest.
If I may just point out to you, Doctor, that we have already handed up your drawings.
Yes.
As an exhibit, which is F2. And I somehow overlooked to hand up a copy of the report to you. My Lord, do you have a copy of the report already? I see. My Lord, maybe mark Dr. Naidu's report exhibits.
We are talking about the F2.
No, so F2 is
Yes.
the diagrams attached to the medical report, but we wish to hand up the medical report itself. Well, that'll be exhibit F7, which we have marked it. Sorry, Dr. Nada, you may continue with the limitations.
And the third limitation, and I will indicate why it's so significant, was that the histology report of Dr. Schwer was regretfully inadequate, of poor detail, and fell short, far short of what should be expected of a histology report. Now, histology for the report refers to looking through a microscope at sections of tissue on a glass slide taken from the body and prepared into a glass slide. We look down the microscope to look at what is seen between the cells, within the cells, and in the tissues, in the muscles, in the skin, in this case. So what I found as a shortcoming is that the histology report should describe what is being seen to allow the court as an independent viewer with its expert, if necessary, to arrive at its own conclusion about its findings. In other words, subject such a finding to peer review by the court and its other experts. So that was missing. In effect, the histology report is so woefully inadequate.
Maybe to give context to what you're trying to convey. Ordinarily, it is a court that decides. But on matters of this nature, where the finding requires somebody with training, competency, and skill, the court may allow itself to be led by the opinion of that other. But that two things should be met. Number one is that that person should be qualified to make that opinion. What you're referring to is that there must be facts set out upon which that opinion is based, so that the court can reach the same opinion if it considers those facts.
Thank you. That's exactly what I agree with.
Thank you. You're welcome, Mr.
And please. So you would have expected detailed descriptions of what was discovered with that microscope. And instead, Dr. I'm just taking a quick look at the histology report.
Yeah.
It barely covers half a page. It consists of one-liners.
Yeah.
In some cases, just 2 words.
Yeah.
So, for example, kidneys, it says colon congestion. Lungs, colon congestion in areas of edema. For example, why are those comments unhelpful?
Yeah, because the report talks about things such as congestion and edema, but they are largely within the range of normality and what you will normally find in tissue. Looking at the lungs, you generally see congestion and edema of varying degrees. If you look at the kidneys, you will see congestion. What I arrived at is that this histology report is largely, in my words, non-contributory to this death investigation. Largely. state that I'm not completely sure, and I'm just expanding outside my pathology context. I'm not sure that in that 45 days of detention in Maitland, after the 75 days plus the 2-3 days that we unaccounted for, I'm not sure that in the 45 days that there were no interrogations in the Maitland cell itself. I find it difficult to reconcile that after a particular week, the 17th, 18th, 19th of September, there suddenly were no interrogations. Or in fact, after the 11th of August, when he was actually transferred a bit earlier, there was a minimum record of interrogations. And I just opened that to question.
Look, it seems to me, and I'm taking you just into my thought processes for you to help me. But my understanding seems to me that on the evidence that we have, at least by the time that he was moved from Caliban on the 11th of August to Maitland, he may have already sustained an injury on his rib.
When I looked at the analysis of injuries, that was my belief that he had already sustained some kind of injury, and particularly when you relate to the symptoms that he expressed to Dr. Viviers and Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Viviers, it was on the lower chest cage, the lower band of the chest cage.
Yeah.
Not anywhere, not so much anywhere else, but definitely in the lower band of the chest.
Yeah, because we know that at least around the 7th and the 10th of July already, he was complaining about the chest pain.
Correct.
And that was before he was taken from Caledon to Maitland.
Just before.
Yes. You're welcome to proceed, Councillor.
On the question of the interrogation, we will endeavour next few days to supply your lordship with a very detailed timeline. But Dr. Nadi, we've picked up in the evidence, and it appears you did as well in bottom of paragraph 7 in your report, where you indicate that Sergeant Van Wyk in his testimony, in answer to a question, said that he was being interrogated almost daily, either at Maitland or at the office at Caledon, until shortly before he passed away. I mean, that reference is at page 102, volume 83 at line 9. Van Wyk says until shortly before he passed away, he was being interrogated daily. We also draw the court's attention to page 100, lines 12 to 14, where again there's a reference to interrogation almost every day by Van Wyk. Same references at page 97, lines 22 to 23. Again,
Yes, that's possible.
And what is also striking, and I'm asking this against the background of your earlier comments about the importance of a medical practitioner getting from the patient the history.
Yeah.
You know, what is the patient feeling, and to the patient's knowledge as far as possible what could have occasioned the pain.
Yes.
Dr. Bibies, my impression of the evidence is that he never asked.
Correct. And my concern is if you look at it from the retrospectively, if the objective of seeing a doctor is to get medication for pain, you can get it over the counter in the pharmacy. A doctor's role is to probe and investigate complaints to find the cause behind it. And appropriately, questions have to be asked in systematic inquiry as to the source and the nature and the background of the pain correlated with incidents that have occurred, so that effective and appropriate treatment can be prescribed.
Doctor, there's certainly a perception amongst us laypersons that overweight people are susceptible to heart conditions, heart complaints. Is that a reasonable assumption to make?
Not really. There is weight, and overweight state is only one of a multitude of factors that contribute to coronary artery disease. One, it's certainly not the significant contributor to that. So making that association between an overweight state and coronary artery disease, heart disease in general, is without basis, without substance, cannot be justified.
I only raise it because in this case, there was an allegation that Imam Haron succumbed to this underlying heart condition. And here we have a Dr. 1 alleging quite incorrectly that he was short, robust, and overweight. And if I may draw your attention to the next paragraph, Dr. Viviers described the deceased as dark in color, which is inconsistent with almost every other description of the deceased, who was light in.
Lord, I mean, I've wide experience in observing skin pigmentation and in normal people. It's part of my work because I've got to diagnose and look for bruises. Striking observation of being dark in color, and looked at the Imam on photographs online, and it's my impression that he's remarkably light skinned. But I promote the correction. That's my impression. He certainly wasn't dark. What we're saying is bruises or injuries should have been readily visible to the objective medical examiner.
Yes. And bruises are not easily detectable in dark-skinned people as they are in light-skinned people.
Correct.
And so here we have Dr. Viviers saying that the man is overweight, and there's the allegation that he succumbed to this underlying heart condition, and of course there are all these bruises on the body, and he alleges that he's dark-skinned, when in fact he was light-skinned. Do you agree that the unfortunate impression gained is that Dr. Viviers was suggesting that the ultimate condition of this heart might have been connected to his overweight status?
Correct.
So if I have to put it in terms that respect Dr. Viviers, he was economic with the truth.
I like that expression.
Thanks.
You know, but my lord, if Dr. Viviers was a layperson as opposed to a medical practitioner, it may be understandable. But since he was a medical practitioner, that's why I felt compelled to put the question to this expert. Doctor, you've also made observations in relation to the old scar on the head of the deceased that arose from a childhood injury, a motor car accident. That's also well known to the court, but that otherwise he didn't have any medical history of other issues. I would like you to comment on the question of the hemorrhoids, the piles. You have made a particular comment on his complaint. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, it would be amiss of me as a pathologist not to reflect on such a clinical symptom. We do know that hemorrhoids can occur in those people that have slightly bowel dysfunctions like chronic constipation, but also with certain other intestinal conditions. But if you look at a person that has a tendency, has had a previous history of hemorrhoids or anal fissures, those are the ones that bleed. They're closely associated together. They're associated with chronic constipation. But in a situation like this, where there is both deprivation of liberty, the ability to move freely, and limited by injuries as the cause of that immobilization, and that's where I brought in the hydration. I am not surprised that such a person would develop an acute exacerbation, resurgence of the hemorrhoids and anal fissures. They frequently occur together, and they frequently bleed. So I'm saying that this symptom of bleeding hemorrhoids, I think, can be reconciled with the circumstances that he was.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, you've compiled.
There's also, of course, this last panel mentioned the constant tension and anxiety of mood, lethargy, despair, and distress. Will make him not look forward, to the prospects of moving in daily activities. So movement is very important. Being able to move and being active, bending, lifting, walking, all help digestion. So those are the things that all contribute to the development or the acute resurgence of hemorrhoids and anal fissures and constipation.
Now, under your heading incidents of pain complaints, you've compiled a very useful table which you've titled Tabulation of Physical Complaints and Medical Attention. Well, that's on page 5.
Yeah.
And I just wish to highlight a few of your entries. You notice that at his last medical checkup in late 1967, Dr. Sternberg concluded that he was of normal health in every respect. Then moving to his period of detention, we can focus on the next two entries, the 7th of July and the 10th of July. And as his lordship has already drawn your attention to the fact that at this period of time, the deceased complained of chest, over his left chest area, pointing to his, between the 5th, 6th, 7th ribs in the auxiliary midline. And then a few days later, the 10th of July, Gosling reports general malaise and weakness, localized tenderness of the lower ribs. And as his lordship has reminded you, it was in this very period that an attempt was made to extract a statement out of the deceased. And would you agree that there is no coincidence, so to speak?
Yes. May I just tell you what the patterns shows? So there's a person who 4 months in detention. And in that time, having only once previously on record seen a doctor, maybe once, maybe twice, only besides the head injury as a child, which he completely recovered. So in this 2 months, 4 months ago, is that there's suddenly 2 incidents recorded over 3 days, on the 10th, 7th of July and 10th of July, 2 incidents of pain and tenderness, particularly with the look. And that's, as the Lordship pointed out, coincided with the statement taken. And then there's a hiatus. There are hiatus of suddenly no complaints over almost 2 months. And then suddenly over 1 week, there's a period of 4 complaints. Saturday the 20th, Sunday the 21st, Monday the 22nd, Friday the 26th, and Saturday morning the 27th. So there's 5 incidents of complaints, physical complaints of pain. Shortly after that 3-day, 2-night period in which we don't have history as well. So there is a pattern that I'm also observing.
And just to be complete, prior to his interrogation that took place at Caledon and undisclosed places between the 17th and 19th, there was the complaint of the bleeding per rectum. That was over that Saturday, Sunday, 14th to 15th of September. And Dr. Gosling prescribed the suppositories. Then, as you point out, Friday, 19th of September, the last night of those 3 days of interrogation, the alleged fall down the stairs takes place. Then the very next day, there's a complaint, and as you pointed out, 5 complaints are made between Saturday the 20th and Saturday the 27th.
Yeah.
What's striking to us, Doctor, is that, district surgeons were dealt with previous complaints, chest pain, headaches, bleeding per rectum, and he does appear to be complaining of what seems to be severe pain. At no point between Friday the 19th, Saturday the 27th, is a doctor called.
Yeah.
What does that suggest?
I find that alarming. Not having been a district surgeon in them times, but I do know that I've taught the medicine in the right institute. So this would be quite alarming, which there are significant and profound symptoms, physical signs and symptoms. Look at the context. Having been 4 months in detention, a political prisoner, he's in frail and failing health, and a doctor is not called. My view, my Lord, is that if I look at the postmortem, coming back to being a pathologist, looking at the postmortem and these injuries, which I'm happy to show the court, I believe that after that Friday, when he came back after 2 nights and 3 days of absence, any doctor who had seen him over those next 8 days until death, at any stage of those 8 days, I think, would have definitely have not overlooked seeing those injuries. We do assume that someone will be a healthcare person who will be examining the deceased, because long clothing, long sleeve clothing might hide some of the injuries. It won't camouflage the state of his ill health his prostration lying on the floor. Certainly, to any ordinary medical doctor, those are the identification of the bruises would have been without a doubt. And that is also what concerns me. And I'm wondering whether that a doctor may not have been called out for the purposes because those injuries would have been visible.
So we're going, after T, we'll be looking at the description and the ages. But am I right in saying that the biggest, perhaps the most visible injuries, the large green, yellow colored injuries, those were the ones that were at between 7 and 10 days old. And since the deceased, for example, on the 20th and 21st complained of pain in the chest, any doctor seeing him would say, well, please take off your shirt and potentially trousers. Let me see what's going on. And as you say, it would have become immediately manifest that the man was covered in large bruises.
Exactly. Even if he was not unclothed, just rolling up his sleeves or the hems of his pants and the sleeves of his garment would have, well, particularly the hems of his pants would have shown those.
So from the perspective of the police, Doctor, would it not be an unreasonable inference to draw that notwithstanding these complaints, they didn't want a doctor to see those bruises at that time? That's why they never called a doctor. That's why you had a police officer going to his own home to collect prescribed medicine.
Those facts have not escaped me. My own observations, yes.
The Lord, it's past 11. Would this be an appropriate time for the tea adjournment?
Maybe you're ready when you're in. What agents?
The only reason that you might have a police officer, with a security branch, or any other police officer in the vicinity, if there is a perceived threat from the person being examined, in other words, a detainee or a prisoner, etc. So we have canvassed that many a time. There's usually there's no real threat, and particularly if a prisoner comes shackled, whether by handcuffs or leg irons, you take an active step to ensure that they're not a threat to the safety of anyone in the vicinity. So, what we've, in the present context, we've said, look, there are other ways of ensuring security of the medical practitioner and his staff, the nurses, etc. And that can be employed. To have the police, particularly the security police, in the same room, in the vicinity of the examination, compromising, because, as I mentioned earlier, we associated it with any occurrences of injury. Could there have been a fall? Could there have been an accident where you assaulted? these are the questions that the medical practitioner must ask.
And on that score, Doctor, you can turn to Dr. Leviers, who was the district surgeon of Belleville, and under cross-examination by Mr. Cooper for the family, probing the question of fractured rib and what in fact the deceased said during that consultation he had with Dr. Leviers. Lord, here I'm referring to page 73 of volume A3, towards the bottom of the page, around 22. And Mr. Cooper asks, can you remember what he said caused the pain? Dr. Levier responds, no, I cannot remember. I was aware of the fact that it was a political prisoner, and my policy is not to question them extensively. Cooper says, why not? Levier says, no, that is just my policy. Cooper says, why did you not want to know how he sustained those injuries? And Levier says, yes, look, if he told me, he told me it was an injury, but I did not ask him. I've also noticed that he was not inclined to speak. What's your comment on that exchange?
I cannot but be alarmed that that sort of response, because it's entirely unacceptable, in that a doctor does not probe those injuries. I'm saying this because I'm sure it may have happened, but certainly that was against ethical approaches, professional principles, and also against any of the conventions that we as medical people align ourselves to. Not probing because of the fact that he was a security police prisoner implies to me that this doctors like that were under a state of confidence.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, let's now move to your observations.
Maybe before you move to some penetrating questions to any patient like that, at least in this context, even at that time, 1950s or 60s, or 70s, by doctors practicing as district surgeons. As I mentioned, I wasn't a district surgeon. I went straight into forensic pathology, but I have explored to an extent this work and taught on it, and I don't believe that there was any medical policy or guideline to prevent doctors or get them to refrain from asking questions.
And as we now know, this suited the security branch because the source of the pain of the Imam, contemporaneous with his interrogation, remains unknown.
That's right.
I see. At least from the doctor's note and his inquiry.
Doctor, if we can now move to your observations of the injuries on the deceased.
Yeah.
And for that purpose, we have a few devices to assist the court in quickly honing in on particular injuries that you're going to be describing.
Yeah.
But for that purpose, as mentioned earlier, there are the two cardboard cutouts, which the artist Haron has indicated under your supervision where the injuries are. And then we also have your drawings on the screen. That's exhibit F2. So you may refer to the models as well as to the sketches that you made be depicted on the screen. And Dr. Nadi, I'm going to allow you to take us through those injuries. You may follow the order that's in your report, starting with the external injuries.
Yeah.
But you have carte blanche to educate us in particular as to these injuries. And may I ask, as you're doing so, would you comment on the possible cause of each of these injuries or groups of injuries? And when you do so, could you indicate when they were, if they were caused potentially by an instrument with some other means? And then lastly, you would also advise the court as to the potential force impact that would have been required to deliver injuries and leading marks as reflected in the post-mortem report.
Yeah. My concern is, would I be too far away from the microphone if I approach the diagram?
Maybe is it possible for you to lead them towards maybe use them from the desk?
I'm happy to do that if the court would allow me.
I think it would be better that way, so that you don't compromise the report.
If I may, I could put that diagram here. Am I okay to turn this?
Yes, we have checked.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I will do is briefly go
Maybe
through.
you step out of the witness stand and come over this side. Maybe that. I'm not sure. Yes. Whichever way, but as long as we are able to follow.
It's very important. They were large, and the depiction of size is in scale with this area. So if this is the calf, the inside of the calf, this is about the side we're looking at, scaled down to the Imam's body size. And one of these, in particular, the one over the rear of the right knee and lower thigh and upper calf is overwhelmingly large. This is what I would say. This should be considered as very significant in extent. And Advocate Cooper at the original inquest calculated 560 square centimeters. My own calculation came to very close, 573 square centimeters of bruising. That's very important at this stage to make this note that, and we talk about mainly the green-yellow bruising because that was the most significant. If in the literature it said that any bruising of the body surface greater than 50 square centimeters is moderately severe, then what about 560 square centimeters, which is tenfold greater? Does that itself not make it a severe state of bruising? That's one thing. So 50 square centimeters versus 560. We say 50 is moderate, 560 is just in reasonable, for the reasonable person, it's got to be severe. Second thing is that it is said that bruising of about 50 square centimeters being moderate, if neglected, not treated, becomes serious. So what I'm saying is, on the whole, this is a serious state of bruising. And by Dr. Schwer's statement is that there was subcutaneous tissue involved. In my experience, when I find subcutaneous tissue involvement, I usually find, if I look deeper, that there was muscle damage as well. I see the bruises in the muscle when I do these cases, and I've done many such cases. So it is difficult to understand Dr. Schwer's assertion that this is altogether not serious, and I think it was brought to their attention before. Yes, that they were not of serious nature. I find it I can't reconcile this. I'm still coming back to the individual bruises, and I appreciate the latitude given to me. The other thing about these bruises, and that's important to make a note of, and I'm going to turn this particular over the back. These bruises are over the areas of the body, unlike the shins over the front, unlike the shins, which is just fairly thin tissue directly on the bone, mostly on the shins. In these cases here, they were all on thick and dense soft tissue. So what it does is, like a force applied onto the shins is stopped by the bone. It's very tender, you know, if you try hurting yourself on your shins, it's very painful. But it's superficial. This, in fact, in particular, these wounds over the back of the calf, over the back of the Achilles heel, and over the inside of the thigh and the calf, are particularly prone to injure the underlying deep veins, and that is particularly painful. Particularly painful. I need to mention, we come back to the wounds over the chest, not being visible externally. The professor, or Dr. Schwer at that stage, when he looked inside the chest and looked deep beyond the ribs on the inside of the chest cave, on the left side in particular, he saw the bruising from the left side, on the left side. And what it does, it's a testament to the severity of it. We're not too sure if he saw it on the right side as well. It's an indication of the depth of these.
So in layman's terms, these bruises were visible on the outside of the rib.
Yes. No, you partially correct, you, my lord. It wasn't, or apparently wasn't visible on the outside of the skin. Once you lifted the skin layer off, then you saw it.
Yes.
And when you looked on the inside of the chest cage, actually peeking inside,
yes,
you saw it as well.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Remember,
yes,
where I am with you now, the skin has been removed.
Yes.
We are looking into the rib cage.
Yes.
All right. It is visible.
Yes.
And then you look in the inside of the rib.
Correct.
It's also visible.
Yes.
And that is why you're saying this demonstrates the severity of.
Yes. Yes. And it's a reflection of depth of infliction and severity.
Yes.
The fact that it was not visible externally to the naked eye on the skin may also indicate that they were in a state of more advanced healing than the wounds of the lower limbs. More advanced healing, but they're still visible on the inside. And in one place, one or two places, he talks about a yellow tinge. And that's typically yellow because when blood in a bruise degrades, after a while, it becomes yellow. because of hemosiderin.
Doctor, just a follow-up question. So the external injuries from the colours, for example, red versus yellow, green, as I understand, some very rough estimations on the age of those injuries can be made. The red ones being between 2 and 3 days, then the green, yellow, a bit longer, between 7 and 10 days. You mentioned that the injuries discovered on the inside, the subcutaneous injuries, would have been older.
Those on the front of the lower chest.
Exactly. And also the injury a bit lower down and the injury in the small of the back.
Exactly.
Is there any way of attempting to age those injuries?
It is fraught with difficulty aging. What can be said in wounds in a particular body, what can be said is the relative distances in age between 2 or 3 different wounds. For example, if what I'm suggesting as a possibility is that these were the much earlier wounds, these were fairly recent, but the red ones on the limb, you see them on colored red on my diagram, they are fresh, recent, fairly recent as well, even more recent. And that's about, that deserves distinction in time. It's about the only best, most accurate distinction. You can't be more precise than that for each one.
So it is within the realm of possibility that subcutaneous.
So this would not be reconcilable with July. The yellow-green ones will be reconcilable with about, say, 10 days before that. These could well be dated much earlier, even be up to 1.5 to 2 months earlier. These ones. And bear in mind that there was a fractured costochondral, not actually the rib, it was a junction between the rib and cartilage of the right 7th interspace, and I've marked it with an X. So that too, according to Dr. Schwer, he described this having no bleeding, but just a twinge of yellow. So that would also could well be all related to around the same time.
In fact, Dr. Schwer, question on the fracture, he suggested, and I'll find the exact reference and put it to you a little later, he suggested that because of the color, which he described as a yellow-green, he then tried to connect the fracture to the incident that had taken place a week before, namely the staircase in June. I'll revert to you with that reference.
So,
which would suggest that there's an inconsistency between what you're saying and what Dr. Schwer is saying in relation to the fracture.
oh yes, I think Dr. Schwer's answer there is far too broad. I think what I'm trying to do for the board is to refocus its time sequence. There would be almost to the point of saying there's clear three, that's 1, 2, and 3. These also will be 2. Three incidents in time that it's pointing to.
Please carry on.
While we're on this area here of wound and bedridden to an extent, even not as bad as that, even people who are not hydrated and sitting in long haul flights, we know can get venous thrombosis in the leg, especially if they have a tendency towards it. The third thing is increased coagulability. In other words, the blood becomes a little thicker, a little bit more stickier. And that occurs as a result of trauma. One of the results of trauma is that the greater stickiness of blood. So once those three are satisfied, now the endothelial injury, in particular the shoulders, that and that sort of repeated impact will damage the inner lining of the blood vessels, of the delicate veins. Not so much the arteries, because the arteries are stronger, but the delicate veins of the calves. They get damaged. You're satisfying one criteria, immobilization, the second criteria, and the increased stickiness or thickness, viscosity of blood after injury. It's a systemic manifestation. Contributed to that would be the dehydration of the deceased.
Doctor, we have to break for lunch, literally within the next 2 minutes. The last question I want you to deal with as concisely and as quickly as possible is the attempt during the first inquest by the state to connect the fractured rib with the so-called staircase incidents approximately a week to 8 days before. My Lord, I refer you on a report to page 157 of volume A3. I'll just quickly read the extract, Doctor. The prosecutor says, can you come to any conclusion as to when that rib was broken? Schwarz says, in that area there was no fresh bleeding present, from which I concluded that the rib could have been broken, that this rib fracture was already a couple of days, possibly a week old. There was a yellow-brown bruising in the subcutaneous tissue in this area, which is then in accordance with this statement. So the state happily relied on the evidence of Dr. Schwarz to say, well, it probably was from the so-called staircase incident. What's your response?
Thank you. I think that's very pertinent, because I differ strikingly. First of all, he said he didn't see hemorrhage, and therefore it was. Sorry, I'm just wondering if I must get that correct. He didn't see hemorrhage, but he saw a yellow-brown tinge.
He said there was no fresh bleeding present. And from that, he concluded the rib could have been broken. Rib fracture was already a couple of days, possibly a week old.
What I'd like to just point out two things. First of all, if you're seeing no bruising, it's much more. At a week, if you open up into a fractured rib, you are likely going to still see the bruising.
Well, his next line is there was yellow-brown bruising in the subcutaneous tissue in this area,
Yes,
which is then in accordance with.
that's correct. So if it's yellow-brown and it's at the area of the fractured rib, that yellow-brown tinge will persist for weeks and sometimes for months after an injury, after a fracture. So it is well possible that, well, not possible, more likely that this fractured rib or costochondral junction was much older than Dr. Schwer is indicating.
So we would be on safe grounds in submitting that Dr. Schwer erred.
In fact, I would go so far as saying I wouldn't reconcile that description with that fall down the staircase 8 days earlier. Is it right? 8 days, 8 or 9 days. I would not be able to associate that with that. I don't think I can link it with that date. That would be much earlier, maybe weeks or even up to a month or two.
Your Lordship, it's just gone 12:30. It's been appropriate time for the adjournment. Your Lordship, is that we still confine lunch to 1 hour so that we can finish this important witness by the end of this afternoon.
We try our best.
As the court pleases.
I'll let you remember still a lot of.
Moderate but as severe. Also alluded to the fact that the injuries in question were extensive in nature. I just want to put to you a very short passage from the evidence of Dr. Farr in the first inquest, on page 183, volume A3, at line 10. Mr. Cooper for the family asks Dr. Schwar, do you agree that these are extensive bruises? Of course, he has gone through all the bruises on both sides, front and back. And Dr. Schwar responds, well, in relationship with the whole body, they do not appear so extensive. There is bruising, but whether one describes them as extensive or not is just a matter of opinion. And that causes, but doctor, please, this man was extensively bruised. Let us get down to brass tacks. Due to the exasperation, counsel for the family in the first place?
Yes, I think it's a frustration because, well understood, in that where and needs to be assessed, it's subjected generally, I would think, as a best practice to peer review. Now, it is my belief that it doesn't need a selection of trauma surgeons, trauma physicians to make this decision. But most doctors would disagree that the total extent of this bruising was indeed severe, as I testified earlier.
Let's move on. And the heading of your report on page 8, amount of force to be applied, you make an interesting observation about the wounding threshold. Can you explain to the court what you mean by wounding threshold? Why, in your view, it may have very well been more than 27 impacts to the deceased?
The wounding threshold is a term that I used in this description to specify the minimum amount of force that would be needed to cause an injury. I'll just give you a quick demonstration. If I had to use my knuckles of one hand to slam and to pound my arm, I won't get an injury. Invariably on the palm of my hand, which is thick, which is resistant, which is well padded, I won't get an injury. But if I use the same force against the edge of my eyelid, I might just easily tear the edge of the eyelid and cause a massive bruise, which will bulge, cause my eyelid to swell up. So the threshold of injury in the area of the face or eyelids is much lower than the threshold of injury of my palm. But so there's varying thresholds. On the tight skin over padded muscle, like over the buttock, over the thighs, over the calves, over the shoulders, it's very well padded. It diffuses energy. So it's not constrained to any causing injury. So the threshold of injury is higher. And bruises are likely to be the very minimum number of injuries. It's usually, in the cases I've seen, much more than 27, maybe even multiplied by a factor of 2 or 3 or 4. The second reason would be to actually cause those injuries, I would think it would be repetitive pounding. So multiple injuries.
Death,
Yes,
but they would build up in time. Can you elaborate?
yes. We do know that these are healing injuries, and so clearly we know that the Imam, the deceased, had survived for a while after receiving these injuries, at least the majority of the green yellow bruises. So we can't fall into the category that we know those that die immediately after extensive soft tissue injury. This is the other category, those that survive for a while. Those that do survive for a while, they usually die as a result, primarily as a result of damage to the kidneys. So we go into acute kidney failure. And the reason for damage is that the crushing, that's why it's called the crush syndrome, okay? That the crushing of the subcutaneous tissue and muscle cause actual muscle fibers to disintegrate, to degenerate, disintegrate, to come apart. And it's washed away in the circulation. These are muscle fibers, we call them myoglobin. Muscle, strips of muscle, if you want to consider it. And these get washed away in the bloodstream and they get filtered in the kidneys. And when that happens, it can clog up the individual kidney tubules. We call them nephric tubules or nephrons. They clog that up, much like after, I like to use this example because we all know about it. When you're cutting vegetables in the kitchen sink, the vegetable fragments clog up the sink and you've got to physically remove it. So you can't do that with kidneys. Kidneys clogged up with this myoglobin then go into renal failure. The kidney filter as well as the tubule go into renal failure. I have done many cases of this, my Lord, cases with lesser degrees of this bruising and which have shown under the microscope, naked eye and under the microscope, the kidney damage. I can actually see the myoglobin casts in the tubules as it floods the tubules, and I believe this is very likely.
So, Doctor, this raises some disturbing questions as to whether, in fact, the Imam could have died as a result of renal failure. You mentioned earlier that you were very concerned about the histology report,
yes,
because little or nothing was said. It said in very general terms. So, for example, kidneys, it simply said congestion and nothing else.
Yeah.
If there had been a proper histology examination and a description offered, the possibility of finding those traces in the kidney, would that have been possible in your view?
Definitely possible. It would have resolved the query if there was a proper histology.
And am I right in saying that because there wasn't a proper histological examination, you can't exclude
That's correct.
this as a possible cause of death?
That's right. Cannot exclude.
Let's move on to the degree of pain and intensity. Actually, this is evidence you've already given, but I do want to pause on your commentary.
Maybe before you proceed, just to indicate, Doctor, that these last comments of yours, you are not the first expert that the court hears about one in this matter, because Dr. Molefe also arrived almost at the same conclusion based on a consensus of the histology reports and the possible effects and consequences that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. And actually, that is an important point, my lord. And for the benefit of those in the gallery, it should be stressed that the two forensic pathologists worked entirely independently. They were not giving each other reports. So at the time of the making of the reports, they worked independently without reference to each other. Precisely. Indeed, and there was no communication between them.
That's correct. In fact, I did not know of Dr. Mboleki's involvement at all.
Thank you for confirming it. Dr. Naidu, what moved you to say the following? In paragraph 27, page 9, Dr. Schwer's answers about pain intensity following the bruises and rib fracture were disconcertingly disingenuous, non-committal, and evasive.
Yeah. But we don't have that benefit. We are using reconstructions from written record. But even viewing those injuries with the naked eye, agreed, conceded that this is severe. I think the measurement of the severity is that would that cause serious systemic problems? And the answer is yes, so that it would be severe. So that would make it severe.
I have to say, Doctor, that us lay people looking at that evidence of Dr. Schwer, the impression we're gaining is that he was attempting to minimize the impact of the harm on the Imam.
Yeah.
Would that be an unreasonable conclusion to draw in the circumstances?
It's unavoidable to see it that way for any person.
And on that score, if I can draw attention to your paragraph 29 further down that page, you said Dr. Schwer also averred that the immobilization of the chest cage was more in regard to breathing and not walking. This was being economical with reality.
Particularly, thank you, feel that was, I beg to differ very strongly about the degree of pain, fracture, and the injuries over the lower chest wall would cause. That would be significant. So it is really difficult to understand why Dr. Schwer did not concede.
All that evidence is at page 112 of volume A1. And Doctor, you went on to raise the question as to why the deceased appeared to complain just of chest pain and not of limb pain. You went on to conclude that for various reasons, the overarching complaint would have been about the chest. Can you explain why?
Yes. It's just my view that chest pain from breathing, because breathing cannot be immobilized or seized, is particularly painful and disturbing, inhibiting to normal function. So I am not surprised that the chest pain was the overarching complaint.
And you noted your paragraph 32 that Captain Geldenhuis found it necessary to fetch the 4 pills which he described as Veloxines, in your view was more likely to be Deloxine,
yeah,
an opiate pain medication. Any comment on the fact that he was a police officer, not medically trained, effectively prescribing an opiate pain medication?
Yeah. I have had experience in my initial training as a medical student at student concern in knowing that we used to administer doxine to patients with such as patients with gangrene, patients with amputated limbs in the motor vehicles. That was our opiate go-to at that stage. So that's very strong. And if I am not incorrect, at one point in Khaldanes' testimony, he said to be given once a day. If I'm not wrong.
Okay, we'll double check that.
Yes, and that's indicates the frequency. You can't, as an opiate, very strong medication, you can't administer more than once a day. So that being said, the act of going home to his own home, the security branch officer going home to his own pill cupboard to fetch what had been prescribed for him or a member of his family and to administer it to the deceased is a bit out of character for this. And so what I would have expected, the district surgeon should have been told he's dead at that stage. A physician should have been told. The patient should actually have been taken to hospital, in my view, though. So this is what's disturbing, that a policeman had to go to that action maneuver to get medication, such strong medication. It testifies not only to the severity of the pain, it could also testify to the fact that there was a reluctance to take him to a physician.
Yes, it certainly does say that.
So if I understand you correctly, on your last comment,
Yeah.
the nature of the injuries that you note,
Yes.
and from your experience, the type of pain that it evoked,
Yes.
and the nature of the medical response required,
Yes.
necessitated the hospitalization of the Imam.
Without a doubt.
I see.
Thank you, my lord.
Just before we close, remember, the indications are you have read the 1970 inquest record, but you'd recall that the record suggests
Yes.
that the police officers themselves, all of them, when they testified, did not divulge that the Imam was actually taken away from Maitland Police Station from the morning 7:40 or 42, if I recall correctly, the morning of the 17th, and returned on the 19th after 9 in the evening, that he was with the security branch during that period. In other words, that he was not at Maitland Police Station. He was, according to them, taken out for investigation and further interrogation. It seems, from my understanding of the record, that the suggestion that it was even out of Cape Town. One, against that background, it seems to me that that event, the concealing of that event until the probing by Cooper SC, which forced Malan to go, the station commissioner, to go and fetch the records, from which it was then clear that the Imam had not been at the police station. If you take the concealment of that evidence against the background of the failure to call medical attention on this patient, what is your impression?
Yes. Lord, as I went through the record in a sequence,
Yes.
it occurred to me as a dramatic turn in the evidence that was coming through.
Yes.
So it really has struck me as a significant pointer to some sort of attempt to camouflage or to mask the history, not sure of the right word, from the inquest at the beginning. And even when it's even more disturbing when it was disclosed and articulated by Advocate Cooper, it seems not to have affected the assessment of evaluation of these injuries by the presiding officer. So, I mean, but that second part is not something for me as a pathologist to. And for me, the most important thing is that the time of origin of the most severe of these injuries, at least all the lower injuries except for those in chest, are in keeping, at least the green area ones, are in keeping with that time sequence, that it was a surge or escalation in injury to the Imam, and a surge in his complaints, in his physical complaints.
What I'm trying to get you to comment on is, and whether that impression would be unfair to Dr. Shaw. But it seems to me that there was a pattern of behavior calculated to conceal what actually happened to the Imam. And it seems to me that Dr. Shua is not innocent of that whole enterprise of concealing what actually happened to the Imam.
Yes, sir, because I would concur that that is a possibility, because I do know of the existence of the problem of what we call dual loyalty amongst physicians, particularly those working in the medical legal fields. Dual loyalty, where you have the loyalty that you should have to the general community and the public versus the loyalty and the loyalties or the relationships that you have with your employer and those you work with. So we know that it's a reality amongst medical legal professionals, and unfortunately, it can affect even the best of us.
Thank you. You're welcome to proceed.
Dr. Naidu, we have in fact located the statement of Captain Geldenhuys. This is Exhibit N of the first inquest, and it's at page 1970 of the record. And in that statement, dealing with the complaints made by the deceased on the 20th of September 1969, Captain Geldenhuys says, well, he went back to the office, his office, and he learned that the offices of the district doctors are closed on Saturdays. It seems he's saying, well, the offices are closed, that's the end of the matter, nothing I can do. Am I not correct in saying that typically a district surgeon would be on duty even over the weekends and can be called?
Yes, they would be on call. I have consulted with a colleague who has a long history, like me, in clinical forensic practice and was a district surgeon. And he did indicate to me that there would have been, it should have been at that stage someone at all times.
And indeed, there is evidence before this court that there was a district surgeon on duty, and we will.
I think mostly in his testimony indicated that he was on duty that weekend. If my recollection is correct.
He goes on further to say that 4 pain pills on a previous occasion, and gave them to the police station later that afternoon to give to Haron 1 every 4 hours. So here we have his admission. He was only given this by the district surgeon himself on a prescription.
Yeah. I agree that he would have known the effectivity, the strength of these medications he would be familiar with, and he would have found it appropriate to prescribe the same for the severe pain.
And he is saying not once a day, but once every 4 hours. So let's then move on. And if we can turn to that heading on page 10, causation of injuries. And here, Doctor, we're interested in your views as to whether the claims by the security branch that the injuries reflected in the post-mortem report took place during the alleged fall down the staircase. You've come to the conclusion that that version is unlikely. Can you explain the report, how you reached that conclusion?
Yes, thank you. Lord, I had occasion yesterday, late afternoon, to see the staircase and to look, to ascend and descend over it and assess the dynamics of a falling person on the staircase. And even though I thought that was not immediately essential, I could judge for myself. So I also made note of the breadth of the leading or protruding edge of the handrail, as well as the nature of the edge of the step. It is not actually bullnose, but has a slightly curving lip. So each stair is not a narrow edge like this stand, but it is a slightly curving lip, giving you a slight curve. Notwithstanding that, Lord, I found it not necessary to change any view that I already compiled within my report. Now, just before I tell you about whether I think it can be related to a fall stir, I noted that there was conflict between the evidence of Sergeant Van Beek and Captain Pienaar about whether there was light illuminating the staircase at that time. So Captain Pienaar said that it was, but Van Beek said that there was a light at the bottom of the stairwell, so we could see the deceased fall, while Captain Pienaar said that the light was out of order and it was dark on the staircase. Having been there, I think it would be at 9 o'clock at night, and if there was load shedding, and there's no lights at all in the entire stairwell, even from above, it would be pretty dark. But I don't know whether there were lights at the higher reaches of the stairwell because it's a spiral. So now just look at the dynamics of falling down the staircase.
It seems to me that if I understand the record correctly, the person who was there with Van Beek was Major Hines.
Yes.
Yeah, not Pienaar.
Yes. Although, my Lord, Captain Pienaar in his testimony, did say that there was no lights.
Yes, I noted that, but I'm talking about contemporaneous with the alleged fall.
At that time.
Yes,
Yes.
the two-way Van Beek and Hines.
Yeah.
You're welcome to proceed.
Thank you, Lord. If a few minutes ago I had occasion to unexpectedly step, and I didn't notice that there was a sudden drop in the plane, and I caught my step with a jarred me. And for the same reason, I just thought it was expedient to mention that, because when you are falling, or when you are anticipating a fall, either on an uneven roadway in the middle of the night, where it's ruts and ditches in the road, uneven roadway, etc., when there's no light, or walking down the staircase, anticipation and neurophysiological preparedness is everything. So that is why we can survive. if we do not have neurophysiological preparedness and anticipation, and particularly when someone is under the influence of alcohol or has a neurological disability, you wouldn't be walking anywhere to get to a state, like a person with cerebral palsy or a lot of neurological disabilities. They do not have that preparedness, and that's when they fall uncontrollably. And that's the falls that Mr. Mundley is talking about in the research articles I also have, where such falls will cause severe head, spinal, facial injuries and fractures, pelvic and limb fractures. So we're not seeing that. A person who, therefore, in his sound and sober mind, like I believe the Imam must have been, as a sober person, and unless just a bit weak with all the strain, he would have been anticipating the dropping of the stirrups. So therefore, Lord, putting in summary, the response to falling, impending fall, would be both to spring out your hands to grasp any support, and at the same time to drop the height of the body by buckling the feet, the knees, and crouching, so that it reduces the drop force upon any part of the body. For example, persons who are training as dancers or ballet or aerobics or whatever you call it, are taught how to fall, and they're taught that if they are falling, to drop the level of the height of the body by using the leg muscles, the thigh and the calves, almost like an hydraulic system, to slow down the fall and drop the height so that the injury is reduced. And the third thing is, besides the flinging of the hands and dropping height, would be to protect the delicate parts of the body. So the delicate parts of the body would be the fragile facial tissues, the cranium itself, because automatically, instinctively we protect the head, not just the face, we protect the neurological portions, and then the delicate parts of the body, such as the abdomen, the genitals. So we want to fall on the buttocks, on the shoulders, on the side, and on the back, and trying to protect the delicate parts, delicate and vital parts. Having said that, one thing is important. In all those 27 injuries, large as they were, none of them would have exhibited aberrations. Almost impossible for Dr. Schwer not to have seen abrasions if they were. Therefore, the absence of abrasions is quite inconsistent with falling down the stairs. Falling on the ground or falling on the stairs. Abrasions are the result of frictional impact. There has to be impact, but a little bit of friction. So that is invariable in the fall. And in particular the fall down staircases. I would have expected abrasions, not bruises, abrasions on the shoulders, elbows, sides of the knees, and perhaps the hip, but abrasions, not bruises. The absence of abrasions makes that fall in scenario quite remote.
And Doctor, what about the distribution, the pattern of injury? Because here we are seeing injuries as in bruises, either external or subcutaneous, front, the back, and both sides. How does a fall possibly explain injuries on so many parts of the body?
forgive me, I overlooked such a immediately important matter about its circumferential location. It's entirely inconsistent, being present in front, sides, back, and particularly between the legs, between the lower legs. Entirely inconsistent with falling on the staircase.
And Doctor, on that score, I want to refer you to some more remarkable testimony from Dr. Schwer, where he seemed to entertain the possibility that such injuries could in fact have occurred during a fall down a staircase. My Lord, I'm referring to page 176 of Dr. Schwer's evidence in volume A3. And Mr. Cooper is asking various questions. He's pointed out that there are injuries on his buttocks. He says, to account for them on both sides, in fact, you would have expected him to fall face downwards, not so. And Shah says, well, it depends if he falls a little onto his one side and then in the fall also onto the other side. This could explain it. And Cooper responds, yes, but how much must he turn to get from his buttocks onto his chest, first to the left and then to the right? What kind of gymnastic feat must he be performing? Shah says, no, it's not a matter of gymnastic feet. It's a matter of a falling body. Cooper says, but a falling body which we have described as going down with his back towards the stairs, with his buttocks on the stairs. This is, of course, the version of the piece. Not turning or making the degree of turn which you have conceded would account for the chest injury. And Chua says, well, this is what I can say. It depends on the other evidence. I'm not in a position to judge if it's correct or not. What comment do you have on Dr. Schwer's response that this would have been possible on all different sides, front and back?
It was what I do, where because of that particular exchange, I drew the closer to the impression that this non-committedness, evasiveness of Dr. Schwer could not be supported, because I would think that he, or if I would use my own level of experience, to not be able to guide this court or any court about likely possibilities in a more focused way, I would be failing in my duty. And I think physicians who do not do that, that's limited by experience and knowledge. If they do not do that, they are failing in their duty.
Thank you, Doctor. And I just want to put certain measure.
Conclude on that one. If you look at the last question of Mr. Cooper on that page 176, and the answer that I got the impression that Dr. Schwer himself agreed with the proposition that the injuries sustained by the Imam not all have resulted from it.
Yes, I think he did concede that he was, there's a concession made, but not much more specific than that.
I will take a short attention. Something that needs attention quickly. Thank you. Okay,
Right.
to be around 500 milliseconds. In addition, Mr. Mudley said that given that the police claim he fell from the corner, stepped just below the landing, and then he stopped 2 or 3 steps before the bottom of the staircase. On one version, he would have landed with his buttocks on the 5th stair, and his feet on either the 2nd or 3rd last stair, in which case, according to Mr. Mudley, he would only have travelled distance down the stairs of about a metre, just over a metre. And if he'd gone a bit further, perhaps landing with his buttocks on the 2nd or 3rd step from the bottom, then he would have only have travelled about 1.6 metres. When you hear these really small numbers,
or we would have seen something suggested in the evidence, in the record, in the observations of the Imam. The other thing is, and maybe I should just mention this, let's assume the security police were arguing that most of these injuries had occurred in that one fall. I cannot see that the deceased would have been getting up, trying to attempt to get up on his own feet, as described by Major Genus. He helped him up. He was already starting to get up, but he helped him up. Would these injuries like this, he would have been quite incapacitated immediately, stunned. It would have taken him some time to have recovered before he might have made an attempt to get up on his feet. I think that's important. As I try and do is just relate dynamics of situations to the injury that's caused. So that idea of getting up as soon as he fell and being lifted up on his feet just doesn't reconcile.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, you have set out the heading, what was the likely cause of the injuries? Some detail, but we, I believe, have already covered this aspect of your evidence. Unless there's anything further you would like to highlight, I think we can now move to the cardiovascular pulmonary findings, which you set out on page 14.
Yes, I think we have covered most of it.
All right. Well, if there's anything that you wish to highlight further, feel free to bring it to our attention. But turning to the cardiovascular and pulmonary findings, you said that there are 3 pertinent questions to deal with. One, how significant was the coronary artery disease? What was the contribution of the pulmonary emboli to the death? What was the relationship of the above to the causes of death? And then you note the sole pathological cardiac finding was the narrowing of the circumflex coronary artery. Since we are a little bit short on time, can you summarize your view on those findings?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the first question, the significance of coronary artery disease, we really do not know. It's inconclusive. The circumflexus is a branch of the main left coronary. So you've got a right, you've got a left, and you've got a branch of the major of the left coronary. So we don't know about the conditions of the 2 main vessels, the 2 most significant vessels, which is the main trunk of the left anterior descending, and the right coronary artery and its branches. So the sole pathologic finding was this narrowing. Then we also don't know whether it was narrowed down to 2/3 of its existing lumen. That means it's only a 25% drop, or it's narrowed down to 75%, leaving a 25% opening. So it's, even that is not clear.
And just on that score, I was struck by something you said in consultation yesterday when dealing with whether the narrowing was 75% or 25%.
Yeah.
You mentioned the word that was a thumbsuck. What did you
Yes.
mean by that?
Yes, because pathologists generally like this when they don't take a section and look at it on a microscope, when you can measure the amount of constriction. It's a thumbs up look at the nature of constriction. Maybe that's 50% or 70% or 30% narrow. We know that's fraught with inaccuracy, Lord, because if there are a room full of pathologists, we'll all have a quick glance at the coronary and all come to different. One would say 35%, the other one would say 85%, and one would say 50%. So really, a thumb suck 75% or 3/4 narrowing is not good enough to balance a decision.
And yet it appears that the person placed much reliance on this thumbsuck.
So we don't really know how severe this coronary artery disease was. The second point about it, if I might say, is that Dr. Schuer, at the time of the postmortem, and at the time of the, and even after he did his histology, and when he testified, didn't really indicate to me, at least in my reading, that he had a confident diagnosis. It was always insecure, uncertain. If there was a confident diagnosis, 75% narrowing, and there was evidence, Lord, on the heart, either previous scarring or fibrosis from previous ischemia, previous heart attack, or under the microscope, hyperacute changes, then he would have made a confident finding of this is coronary artery, related to coronary artery disease. And he hasn't done that. Just waiting for this lordship to finish writing. The third thing is that, being aware of the time, is that how significant was, but the next thing is how significant was a pulmonary embolism from Dr. Schuer's own testimony. It's not significant. You only get sudden deaths, precipitous deaths, when it's either a single large clot that completely occludes the pulmonary artery, so you're shutting off the circulation, or you have a cluster of fine emboli that come up as a bunch and they block the major artery. That's the only time you get immediate death from pulmonary embolism. These are small pulmonary emboli to the extent that Dr. Schuer had to resort to histology to confirm, presumably. We know how shoddy the histology report is. Forgive me for my use of words, it's a report. So even that is insecure. But so what I'm saying is that the pulmonary emboli, that means the little clots in the venous circulation in the lungs, probably had little contribution, if any. So what we're left with, my Lord, is that we've got possibly some coronary artery disease, possibly, almost certainly some coronary artery disease, but the extent of which we don't. And in Dr. Schuer's own point of view, is not really secure about that, but it still seems to have to rely upon the pulmonary embolism and rely upon emotional tension to be factors in causing the death from his testing. So what we really have to depend upon in this court case, and allow me to say this, is that the only solid, unquestionable, indisputable evidence that is visual in this case, or made visual, and from the testimony, is the wounds. Over 560 square centimeters of severe bruises. This, Lord, is the primary contributor, primary and main root to the death, against the background. So the main factor would be the wounding, with or without coronary artery disease being a contributory pre-existing situation. I'm not sure if I'm clear.
I follow you.
Yes. I just thought I'll highlight one more. I did say that the death in sleep, because the Imam was in a resting, sleeping state when he was found dead. If so, the death in sleep is quite unlike coronary artery disease and less complicated, where the narrowed cholesterol plaque suddenly gets larger because of bleeding. We call it bleeding in a plaque. Or we got what we call a dissecting aneurysm, or whether we got a coronary thrombosis. That your lordship was questioning that issue yesterday. None of those three, coronary thrombosis, dissecting aneurysm of the fine artery, or a hemorrhage into a plaque, bleeding into a plaque, none of those were seen either at post-mortem or at histology. Now, so what we have is uncomplicated coronary artery disease. Then there has to be another factor to cause death, and that is increased demand. In other words, if we say that the coronary artery caused death in this context, there must be something that will be accelerating the heart rate so that it exceeds the demand and the patient dies of ischemia, and that is not occurring in a resting state. It occurs, for example, with a person with a coronary artery disease state running the Cape Marathon, August race, or whatever. That sort of physical exertion, or states of great emotional tension, but where the heart rate is very high and the demand exceeds the supply through the narrow coronary. And that, Lord, is not, you can't consider it, reconcile it with it operating in a resting state. And therefore, I believe the coronary artery disease may be there, but the prominent factor, most likely cause of death, undoubtedly, in my view, was the consequences.
So, at the bottom of page 16 of your report, Dr. Naidu, you attempt summing up, in your opinion, cause of death. Perhaps you should read your paragraph 63 into the record.
Thank you, Lord. I read paragraph 63, where I conclude, in my opinion, the death was due to a combination of severe systemic physiological stresses, in particular of the crush injury syndrome precipitated by the complications of blunt soft tissue injury with pre-existing coronary artery disease.
And Doctor, to cut to the chase, when you talk about physiological stresses, in particular the crush injury syndrome, precipitated by the complications of blunt soft tissue injury, since you have excluded the possibility of the alleged staircase fall, causing these injuries, if we were to cut to the chase, it was ultimately the torture that led directly to the death of Imam Haron.
Well, I would think, I would think that these injuries can only be attributable to this torture.
But I just want to inform you about certain evidence that emerged in the first inquest. When the body was taken to the mortuary, prior to it being moved to the laboratory, it was noticed that the body was not covered. In fact, it was lying underneath two other bodies. What do you have to say about the treatment of the body of Imam in that fashion?
I would say simply that this would have been an outrageous act. It should never have been allowed to happen. I have campaigned vociferously in my own province and region for this never to happen. I've seen it happen. And in spite of all my exposure, I find it devastatingly damaging to the way we should be treating it. That being said, from an ethical viewpoint, there are major implications for loss of forensic evidence, for contamination and transference. If this was a rape case, or this was, for that matter, any case where, such as an assault, where DNA evidence in particular, or biochemical evidence in a child abuse case or in a sudden and unexpected death in a child, I would consider it an outrageous betrayal of even the forensic process and injustice.
So not only did they treat the Imam in death with contempt, but they had little regard for the subsequent examination in order to uncover what happened, which suggests, Doctor, if you would agree, that they had little regard for the truth.
I'll have to concur with that as a possibility.
Doctor, at page 17 of your report, you deal in some detail with the conduct of Dr. Schroer. And because we have already explored this earlier in your evidence, I'm not going to take you through it again. But I do wish to draw your attention to a book. Dr. Malefe, who testified earlier this week, previous to our attention.
Yeah.
And you're probably aware of this book, published, I believe, in the 1980s by Schroer, Lodger, and Olafia.
Yes. It's
titled The Forensic ABC in Medical Practice, A Practical Guide. My Lord, it was handed up as Exhibit F3. Indeed, just the chapter dealing with deaths in detention. That's chapter 3. It's titled Miscellaneous Statutory Clinical Examinations and Other Responsibilities, and we've handed you a copy. And under the heading, those under arrest or in custody, Dr. Schroer and his colleagues attempt to set out, I suppose, best practice or minimum standards. And then further down on page 259, there's a heading called Death in Detention.
Yes.
And then ultimately, there's a heading called Post-Mortem Examination.
Yes.
He says as follows: the post-mortem examination of the detainee differs from other medico-legal post-mortem examinations in that at the subsequent inquest, more importance is attached to certain observations than is generally the case. It is thus essential that special attention be paid to the following. And as Dr. Malev has suggested, and we concur fully with her, Dr. Schwer should be tested against his own standards that he has set out here. And I wish to put them to you and to seek your response as to whether, in your view, Dr. Schwer, in conducting this particular post-mortem examination, met the standards that he laid down and which he expected others to follow. So let's start with the first one. An examination of the body in loco, noting special features and also the immediate environment. To the best of your knowledge, did Dr. Schwer ever carry out an examination in loco in this case?
Not in this case, although it may not have been called. So we are at the mercy of the police. If say they don't call, then we're not in the know. So, but he didn't do a scene of death examination.
Obviously, we have to accept that if he was only notified after the body had been removed from the cell, then that's beyond his control. And of course, there's no evidence as to when exactly he was contacted, but it is accepted that no inspection, no examination in loco took place. Secondly, determination of the death interval.
Well, that determination of death interval would have gone hand in hand with the in loco inspection. It's observations in the in loco inspection that would impact or feed in to the death, time of death examination.
In your testimony, correctly, there are two possible paths of travel to the death of the Imam. The one being, which we have elaborated, the injuries coupled with the pre-existing. But Dr. Mulefe also referred to this.
So it was very difficult to work with the police at that stage. It was one of the big reasons for the takeover by another ministry in 2006, because of the compromised situation, mainly because the too close relationship between the medical, the district surgeons, far too close a relationship, and the police in investigating the events and the atrocities and the abuses that occur in the system. So, Lord, it's for this very kind of case, as the death of the Imam, that the management of the mortuaries was taken over by another ministry from the police.
Thank you. Doctor, the team representing the family have been trying to make sense of what the late Imam Haron endured while in detention. And listening to your evidence today, we've heard from you about groupings of injuries in relation to both the location on the body as well as their ages. And if I heard you correctly, you distinguished between the subcutaneous injuries discovered on the upper body, mostly on the front, which in your view would have taken place potentially some months previously because the external injuries healed. Weeks or months, thank you. Then there were the large and numerous yellow and green bruising, mostly on the legs, front and back. And then lastly, the smaller reddish bruising the lower ribs, the shins. Whereas the yellow-green bruising, we seem to accept to be between 7 to 10 days old. The red bruising, smaller red bruising, fresher, around 2 to 3 days old. So bearing that in mind and then contrasting that with the evidence gleaned from the first inquest, we've attempted to place the detention into various phases. And I just want to put these phases to you and see whether you would agree with them as being reasonably descriptive of what the Imam endured. So the first phase would be from the date of arrest, 28 May, through to the end of June, beginning July. The evidence suggests that there was frequent interrogation. Indeed, Van Wyk talks about daily interrogation. But it's quite possible that any injuries endured at that time probably would have healed, unless perhaps some of the subcutaneous injuries could be connected to that period. Then the next phase would be early July, which corresponds to the taking of the statement. So that's roughly the first, I believe, 11 days of July. I believe second to be 11th of July. And around that time, we saw the evidence of complaints made by the Imam. And in your evidence, when dealing with the upper body injuries, you indicated that they could potentially be connected to what took place in early July. And moving to the next phase, this is the phase from 11th of July all the way through to 18th of September. And in this phase, there isn't much information except for the complaints of rectal bleeding, I believe around the 14th of September. Then, of course, we have that crucial period in which the Imam was removed from Maitland and taken at least to Caledon, perhaps other undisclosed places, between the 17th and 19th of September. And of course, the police alleged the staircase fall on the night of the 19th. And then we have and of course, what took place in that period, given the complaint of the Imam being returned to Maitland, and given the ages of the yellow and green bruises, that could potentially be connected to what happened between the 17th and 19th of September, because approximately a week later, the death takes place, and those are the estimations on those injuries. Yeah. And then lastly, the period 20th to the 27th, the date of death. In your table, sent out in detail, complaints made, requests made by the Imam in that period. And then, of course, we have the red bruising on the lower shins, which could only have taken place in itself. So that description of phases, in your view, does it reasonably describe or reflect what probably took place, given the medical evidence at your disposal?
Yes, I believe it does. I also believe I recognize these phases. And one thing that I think we must also bear in mind that the state of health of the Imam would have been much better in May and June, and he might have endured more than he was enduring, what he was able to endure in late September. So I believe that it is possible that we must bear in mind progressively worsening health state, and with a escalating degree of successive violence, it becomes a malignant issue, weakening and escalating of violence. It becomes worse.
But may I ask you to read your conclusions into the report, the chief inferences that you draw at page 19 of your report, paragraph 71.
Yes, I read as follows. My chief inferences drawn from analysis are summarized below. Number one, the injuries were of moderately severe degree. Number two, there was neglect of appropriate medical attention, which would have resulted in systemic complications of blunt tissue injury, soft tissue injury, in particular of the crush injury syndrome. Number three, the death was in all probability due to the combination of severe systemic physiological stresses resulting from the injuries with pre-existing coronary artery disease. Number four, the amount of force applied to the body to cause the injuries should be regarded as substantial. Number five, the injuries of the body do not correspond to the allegation of the fall, as was described. The injuries are characteristic of sustained physical assault.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Nali, my final question to you is, but for the assault and abuse was subjected to Imam Haron during the period of his detention, would he have died at that time?
My belief, he would definitely have not have died at the time that he did, because I believe he could have survived for an indefinite, perhaps even years, if there was actually coronary disease, which I will say a lot of us will probably already have here at this existing moment in time some degree of coronary disease. So, yes, I believe he would have survived and possibly indefinitely.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
That might be one of the that just need to clear too. When I do you testify that it is known, or that should be procedure that SAP 180 companies and work mutually.
That's correct.
And in essence, that should be completed by the officer tasked with the matter, or alternatively with the person responsible for transportation of the water to the nature.
Yes, the second option is always less preferred. We would prefer the investigating officer, but it's not restricted to them. Another policeman who's available to do the same.
And I also understood from the record that the 2006, the mutual was in the unit of the police services.
That's correct. Yes.
And I also understood from the testimony that the SAP 180 would also have some characteristics or explanation to it, relation back to the body, how it was found.
Yes, it's limited. It's limited maybe to the original SAP limited, SAP 180 was limited to maybe 5 to 10 lines. But the conscientious investigating officer would not only present himself at the autopsy and be present, like he is supposed to do, But if in case he is not, we would arrange for an alternative representation, but provide full details to the especially in a detention, political detention.
Correct. That it is my understanding that for this inquest that you provided, there was none.
Correct.
Now, perhaps if I just want to read to you, and then maybe if you can offer an opinion, referring you to what was then Exhibit B of the original inquest, which is found in the bundle, volume 1. The bundle is uploaded into record 28. And this particular Exhibit B of the original inquest supposes to be a position by one Petrus Erasmus, who at the time was a constable in rank and was stationed at the mortuary in Solville.
Yes.
And it appears that he was then the forensic who would then make the body deceased and transport it to the mortuary.
That's correct. I understand you picked the body at the scene.
At the scene, that's right.
And taken to the mortuary.
Yes. Now, where I just want to draw your attention in his affidavit, as I've made reference to where it can be found. It says on the second paragraph that of the September 1969 was at the Vestibular Fund SA Police Varna et Ketran na Maitland Police Stasi Lichaam van die Klerige aanleggen aan die uitgerande deur Constable Berger van the client. And then it goes on further to say that there's in fact a proviso that is noted that would give a description of what he observed on the body. And on that paragraph, there is a line that is read through across.
I don't have a copy.
Perhaps from what
Please translated version or untranslated. We have one in my copy.
perhaps if I may just maybe put this in simultaneous, what I'm actually referring to is, I think that everybody there is a reference to the relation. Just bear with me for a moment.
Yes.
Are we together at the time? Got it. That you can confirm that actually it reads that that's the person that might have obtained the body of the deceased and transported it to mortuary Solvay.
Yes.
So we already.
Yeah.
And I'm also correct to draw attention to the fact that when it directs to give an explanation of what the person getting the deceased body with the indication of any observation that he had made, there should be a line drawing across that passage.
Yeah. I noticed that. Thank you.
Can I ask what you perhaps make of it?
Well, two things. Either that, well, several things. Either that he failed to see the body, failed to observe, or that he neglected the duties to complete this form correctly. Or that there were injuries, but he just overlooked it. There could be a few other possibilities, but yes, I noticed this.
Because correctly so, we have the benefit of the postmortem that initially goes to the postmortem does reflect injuries on the body.
Yes. Well, it is always questionable whether Constable Erasmus was able to recognize bruises, but even we're not sure whether he was a very young policeman. Even a young trainee policeman, I believe, would recognize bruises.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Let's take a few questions while you go to the absence, or let me ask this way, where there was more than one pathologist, like in this instance, at the time of the post-mortem, would that other pathologist also have done his own independent report, or should the court view this report as a joint?
Thank you. Well, just to clear that, in such a capacity, they are operating as independents. They should have had separate independent reports. The private pathologist does not sign off the statement, so they exist as separate. They should have been another report, which we do not have.
So the court must accept that there must have been the report of another pathologist which did not feature at all at the 1970 inquest, because there's no record of it.
Yes, that's the only conclusion. Well, there is another. I'm wondering whether, if I use a common term, whether the independent pathologist bailed out at that stage. I'm not sure. Where they decided that having attended the autopsy, there was nothing that he could contribute to the family. I'm not too sure, and chose not to do complete a report, which would be an indictment, because that was a neglect of a duty that he started and didn't finish. So no real idea, and I was hoping in the case like this to have an independent report.
Because I think why I'm asking is the impression one got was that you would have been there to also make observations for his own.
Dr. Shure also indicated so that Dr. Sloverman and him were going to do the histology of the pulmonary emboli, the veins. So it's almost, it should be taken that, yes, there was a representative, an independent representative at that stage.
But we don't know what happened. And moving from there now to your findings. If I understand you correctly, the coronary disease notwithstanding, the root cause of death in your view was the injuries sustained characteristic of a sustained assault.
Correct.
And I understand this against the background of also what the court had referred to, which Dr. Malefe had said, even if we accept that it's one of the two paths leading to death, whether it was the problems with the kidneys that led to renal failure and the other complications, and or whether it was the other path which is suggested, the root cause of the demise of the Imam, is the injury sustained from a sustained assault on his person?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Any questions, arrangement of the questions by the court?
None for the question.
Thank you. Advocate Matabel? Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I suspect that would be our business for the week.
Civil is all different.
Thank you. The court agents will resume on Monday morning. Thank you. Court agents.
All right. What did you touch?
You like the authority? Have a different content.